Myra, thank you for ordering.
Oh, yes, thank you for submitting it. Yes, thank you. Testing, testing. Good afternoon and welcome to the City Commission of the City of Brownsville. Mayor, may we call the meeting to order?
Yes, please.
Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, that the Texas Open Meetings Notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene at a regular meeting on July 21st, 2026. The time is 5 p.m. here in the City Commission chambers on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall, old federal building located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, 78520. We will proceed with the roll call, starting with Mayor John Cowan Jr.,
Present.
Commissioner Tino Villarreal,
Present.
Commissioner Narenth Galansky, Commissioner Brian Martinez,
Present.
Commissioner Linda Macias, Commissioner Gustavo De Leon, and Commissioner Pedro Cardenas.
Here.
We do have a quorum to proceed. We will have the invocation that will be led by Pastor Brad Burke. And then following, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flags of the United States of America and the state of Texas will be led by Girl Scout Troop 111 and 257 by Ava Garcia. Please approach the dais and please stand.
Please remain standing afterwards for the pledge and to the both flags. Let's pray. Father God, once again, we thank you for this blessed nation we're blessed to be a part of. And Lord God, I ask you to lead and guide each of us and destroy all of our deceptions so that we can receive the revelation you have for us. Lord, I ask you to give each of us that special ability to be able to listen to each other and to hear each other out. Lord, I thank you so much for our mayor and each commissioner here today and everyone who's presenting anything. We ask that the best decisions be made for the city of Brownsville and help them to see the far-reaching effects of every decision they make. We thank you so much in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. We will alter the agenda to go into the proclamations before the executive session to recognize Scout Alan Hobbs.
And Mr. Hobbs and his family, please come forth. So this is my honor to read this proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing Scout Alan Hobbs. Whereas Alan Hobbs is an outstanding youth leader and member of Scout Troop 11, who has demonstrated dedication, leadership, and commitment to community service through his pursuit of the rank of Eagle Scout. And whereas under the leadership and mentorship of Andrew Jarris and Larry Jokel, Alan Hobbs successfully planned, organized, and completed an Eagle Scout community service project benefiting Kenmont Montessori School. And whereas Alan Hobbs designed and created a butterfly garden memorial in honor of the late Miss Camarillo, a beloved educator who dedicated more than 30 years of service to the students and families of Kenmont Montessori School. And whereas the City of Brownsville recognizes the importance of youth leadership, volunteerism, community engagement, and the positive impact that Eagle Scout projects have in strengthening and beautifying our community. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by the virtue of the authority vested by the Charter of said city, do hereby recognize the outstanding achievements of Alan Hobbs and commend his exemplary service to the community done on this, the 21st day of July, 2026.
Then you're right over here. 3, 1, 2, and 3. One more. 1, 2, and
If you'd like to say some words, mic's yours.
I would just like to thank the commission and the city of Brownsville for this amazing honor. Really, this wouldn't have been possible without, my amazing mother, my father, Mr. Tino Villarreal, and all of St. Joseph Academy, helping build me throughout my adolescence, and all of Troop 11, Mr. Jarris, Mr. Jokel, Mr. and Mrs. Garcia, definitely helping me become the person I am today as I grew up. And again, I just want to thank you guys so much for this amazing honor. And thank you.
The next item is for the executive session. Mayor, may we enter into executive session?
Yes, I'll entertain a motion.
second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it, motion carries.
And it passes 7-0. We have Commissioner Macias present. Item number 1 is a closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, related to the CCAD property ID 30393. The time is 5:07 p.m. The City Commission will enter into executive session, and we will return. Thank you. reconvene into open session.
Yes, please.
The time is 5:19 PM. We are back into open session. The next item is the public comment period. We did receive 6 that were pre-registered. One came in at 4:03, which is added on the list. Out of the 6, 1 has indicated that they do not wish to speak. We will make a note of their comments for the record. You will be allowed to speak up to 3 minutes. You will approach the podium, and the time will begin after you state your name and your address for the record. We will start with Nora Marcos. You can come to the podium. State your name and your address for the record, and the time will begin.
Ramirez Marcos. I live at 1905 West Madison. I am speaking on behalf of my father, Rolando Ramirez, who is the executor of the estate for Nora Ramirez. This is about the city's illegal dumping in the Amigo Land area. Again, this is illegal dumping that is defined in the Texas Solid Waste Disposal Act as disposing of waste at a location that is not an approved solid waste site. As you consider this matter, and I appreciate your attention to this, I want you to keep in mind the provisions of that Solid Waste Disposal Act. Specifically, there are state and federal penalties for disposal of over 1,000 pounds or 200 cubic feet, identifying that potentially as a state felony. And the other thing to keep in mind is it's not just waste, it's potentially hazardous waste, depending on the matter that is the composition of that waste. And I know as responsible public servants, you ought to make sure that this just doesn't happen on this land, on any land. So I look forward to whatever processes you put in place to ensure that doesn't happen. This isn't just a matter of the Ramirez estate. This is a matter for Brownsville. And we should be the example. We have such beautiful land. We have such beautiful beaches. Brownsville should be the example on what it is to dispose of waste. So I look forward to an expeditious, thorough, and judicious resolution to this matter with direct communication to my father, Rolando Ramirez, again, who is the executor of my mom's estate, who is identified in the county records as the landholder. Lastly, just to reinforce, the executor of my grandmother's estate, Amelia de Leon, is Gus de Leon, who has recused himself, not just as a city commissioner, but as the executor for this purpose. For this resolution. So direct communications with Rolando Ramirez is absolutely gratefully appreciated. So Mayor Cowan, City Commissioners, thank you for your service, and we look forward to this resolution. Thank you.
The next speaker, if you can come to the podium, Yolanda Spees. Please state your name and your address for the record. The time will begin after.
My name is Yolanda Spees, and as I said, I don't want to give my address, and I shouldn't have to because of privacy reasons. When I was a little girl, I loved Superman. I promised myself that if I ever met a man who looked at me the way he looked at Lois Lane, I would marry him. And I found him, and he gave me nearly 30 years of his life. The thing is, there was a movie in the franchise where General Zod, Ursa, and Nun invaded planet Earth and tried to take over Metropolis. General Zod demanded that Superman kneel before him. He wouldn't do it because he had an obligation to humans. Loyalty. That's a hard thing to find, especially here in Brownsville, Texas, from public servants. Superman would not kneel to Zod. It seems that Brownsville leadership will bow down to anyone from Elon Musk to dismantling the LGBT task force because of emotional blackmailing and financial cuts. You fold too falsely. I guess my dad was right when he said that as smart as a person can be, that's as stupid as they are. It just reminds me of those friends who seem to like you and your company, but when they were emotionally blackmailed to stop being your friend, they gave in. You're not in middle school, and we have an obligation to the people we promise to be loyal to and to serve. Little caprichitos and threats of emotional blackmail shouldn't be enough to dismantle loyalty. Apparently, the city commission and the mayor don't seem to possess any of that to truly represent us. If you dismantle something for someone's caprichito so easily, I can only imagine how you treat your family and friends when nudged. Some of you are up for re-election in 2027. Do you think we owe you loyalty, seeing how quickly you back down? You have a job, and that job is to serve us as a community and have our backs. Hell, we're even paying you for it. You even expecting to be paid more. You're even expecting to be paid more when you haven't really done a great job recently with salary you have not earned. Your job is to serve us. You aren't. And to expect more when you haven't done your part is unprofessional, inappropriate, unilateral, and not enough to, it's just not enough for us to reelect you. If you can't be loyal to us, why should we be loyal to you and pay for something you can't even and won't deliver on? A lot of people are asking what Janet Jackson asked many years ago. What have you done for me lately? When an attorney isn't doing their job, you hire one that does, will, and can.
Next speaker we have is Jesse Gonzalez. If you can come to the podium. Please state your name and your address for the record. The time will begin after.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesse Gonzalez. Apologies, I just moved, commissioners, so I don't know my address by memory. I'll have it for you next time I come. I am here as a member of the community concerned to speak out against the proposed AI data center down by Southwest Key Casa Padre. This center will more than likely direct water from the stream to supply its immense water needs. Additionally, the water waste they discharge can introduce pollutants like biocides, corrosion inhibitors, and trace heavy metals into our local waters. These local waters connect indirectly and directly to our Casa de la Padre Palms Reservoir. I'm additionally concerned about the power consumption that will come from these data centers. In Harlingen, a proposed center was set to consume 2 million to 2 billion watts of energy. To supply such needs, 2 nuclear power plants would be needed, or if no additional power is supplied, the cost of energy goes up for the surrounding community. This effect has taken hold in places like North Virginia, Chicago, California, Abilene, Texas, and even more cities across the country where the cost of electricity has skyrocketed thanks to the power consumption of these centers. Brownsville sentiment is not on the side of raising the cost of living. So I urge you commissioners to make a decision that will serve the many over the few. To any commissioners that like to contact me and discuss more about this decision, you have my information. I respond better via text or email, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Next speaker, Diablo Velez. If you can approach the podium, please state your name and your address for the record. The time will begin after.
I'm going to talk about the Coca-Cola mural in downtown Brooklyn. My name is Diablo Velez, 1254 Tyler. Lady Candace Tangora, she criticized the city for neglecting art and culture in the city. And she proposed to operate an incubator of art to promote and to enhance the arts in Brownsville. Here, I say this because here in downtown Brownsville, somebody painted an advertising Coca-Cola sign that is depicting 2 young Mexicans, female and male, dressing in the 1800s costumes or outfits, and they are drinking Coca-Cola from one bottle. The trouble I have, I understand that it was petitioned by the US government to commemorate the 250 years of the American Revolution. The trouble I have with this mural is that the Coca-Cola company took advantage of the founding of America to promote and to sell Coca-Cola and make a profit. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is very obscene and very highly disrespectful for the Mexican community, for the cultural and heritage, because the Coca-Cola company is taking a piggy right on the culture of the Mexican heritage to sell these Coca-Cola drinks. I know commissioners and you, Mayor, you don't see it that way. You commissioners are Chicanos, pochos. You don't give a damn about these traditional Mexican values. And you, Mayor, you are a white person. For you, these traditional values is just snobbish. I wanted to recommend to the commissioners and to you, Mayor, to write a letter to the Coca-Cola company and tell them to, or rather demand to the Coca-Cola company to remove the Coca-Cola bottle from that mural and leave the rest of it. This, like Candace Tangora says to you, you neglect art in the city. And this so-called mural is not art. And is rather highly disrespectful. Here in Houston was playing the World Cup soccer tournament. And I am a homeless. I walk the streets all the time. And I never see any foreign people from other countries walking the street of downtown Brownsville. And the reason for that is that there is nothing in Brownsville to be seen.
Thank you. And the last speaker we have is Myrta Hernandez. Please approach the podium. You'll have up to 3 minutes. Please state your name and your address for the record.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Mirta Hernandez. I live on 1248 East Monroe Street. This is the neighborhood where the new event center is proposed. I'm not here to oppose or to protest about it. I actually think it's a good idea that those old buildings are being used instead of being abandoned. But I have some concerns about it. The first one would be the noise. How much noise is it going to be allowed? I read on a memo that they're going to have measures to control the noise, but I don't know if it's going to be allowed that the noise is taken to their outdoor spaces. The second one would be the traffic and the parking. I think they're not required to have a parking lot since it's on a historic district. So my concern is that vehicles will be parked in front of our houses. I know it's a street, but it's the only space we have to park or blocking our driveways. And the last one would be security. If they're going to have security, I don't know if they're going to be allowed to have alcohol in their events, and if attendees are going to be allowed to go into the alleys, which are next to our backyards. So if this project moves forward, I respectfully ask that you require strict conditions, including reasonable operating hours, effective noise controls, parking arrangements with the people that will have events, professional security, and strong enforcement measures to protect the surrounding community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And that concludes the public comment period. Next, we will enter into presentation, which is on the recreation centers, building on today's success, planning for tomorrow. I'll turn it over to staff.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, beautiful guests from Brownsville. I am the Director of Parks and Recreation, Sharon De Palma. I'm here to give you a brief update on some of the studies that we recently did and surveys. As you know, we recently conducted 3 types of surveys, and I'll break them down for you. And this was to engage with the public to gain their desire of what they would like to see, and if they would like to see a new rec center, and what they would like to see with their current rec centers. We did do 3 different surveys, and as I go through them, the first one was the PAR survey, which was an in-house survey that came out of the Mayor and Commission retreat. And then the second survey was the citywide survey from On Point that you received the data points possibly within the last month. And then our third survey was the YMCA Foursquare feasibility study, which we did in conjunction with the San Antonio YMCA through Foursquare's as an independent firm. So there was 3 surveys, and we'll go through them tonight very briefly. The first one was the citywide, it was the PAR survey that we did in-house, Your Rec, Your Voice. This engagement, we were able to render contact with 35 community members. The main point, or what we've seen as the results, was 95% of our citizens supported a new rec center. 40% of our 933 respondents preferred the region of North Brownsville, which is currently called North Brownsville, but as we know geographically, it would be central part of Brownsville near the sports park. It was in that vicinity as we did the surveys. And they expressed a strong interest in family recreation, wellness, youth programming, and indoor recreation opportunities, which is directly tied into our Parks, Health, and Recreation Master Plan that was codified by this commission this early quarter of this year. The second survey was the citywide survey that was done by a firm called On Point. Are we there? We're good? Okay. On Point. That survey had 709 respondents. In that survey, we found the main components of that was 52% of the respondents supported a new rec center. 13% supported a more modest recreation investment, and which was mainly towards our current recreation centers. And then 67% did not support additional tax to fund those considerations. Our next survey was the one that we did in conjunction with the YMCA from San Antonio chapter. This was done by an outside firm called Foursquare. They did 795, roughly 800 respondents to that feasibility study. And one of the key points that they find specifically was that they did not see us getting a new rec center. They were really focused on programming and partnership. And just to highlight a couple other things were that the brand awareness of YMCA was somewhat lower than national average coming in. There was a price sensitivity that is being researched as well. But what we did find is they're right in line with, there was a significant desire for expanding family recreation, STEM programming, health, wellness services, through the YMCA, but not as a standalone, but as a partner. So that kind of ties in with what we've been seeing with the Parks, Health, Recreation Master Plan, that the programming increase. So all 3 studies consisted of a very single direction that we identified, and what that came down to was that the community did desire continued investment and maintenance of our current facilities. So they did want to see our current facilities invested in. They did want to see an enhancement and modernization of our current recreation facilities. They did want to see expansion of programming through strategic partnership. And they wanted us to continue planning for future recreation needs through data-driven decision-making. So we have already started with a game plan of strategy of how to kind of break this down, which is to maintain, to modernize, expand, partner, and plan. And we are this is actually in line with the Parks, Health, and Recreation Master Plan. So all 3 of these independent studies were tied into, each of those were tied into key points that came out of the Parks, Health, and Recreation Master Plan. Another item I do want to note is all 3 of them were done, no, 2 of them were done in English and Spanish. So we really did try to capture, but cumulatively, We're over 2,000 surveys between the three. In addition to that, everything here, this strategic priorities are perfectly aligned with what we've been talking about. I did want to end my remarks tonight with, of course, open for questions, but prior to that, we do have funding at $300,000 that's already allocated, or earmarked, actually, I'm sorry, earmarked from BCIC in partnership with them to either plan for a rendering and the first stage of what a recreation center would look like. And to do that type of work, we have looked into what that would look like as far as a scope of work if we went out to a firm. And at this time, I would like consideration that in the future, we can come back and ask to utilize that money and move forward with that step in the process. Any questions? All this data I brought you, you have no questions? Okay, that's fine.
I'll ask, Sean.
Okay.
So I did the survey from the Friends of the Dean Porter Park this week, which was kind of asking for information similar to what you're saying. Are they working with you? Because there's a lot of overlap and I'd hate for them to, or for each entity to be working separately.
So Dean Porter Park, and that's that LLC that was put together several years ago. We actually sit with them on their board. They have a meeting coming up and we work in partnership. As far as Dean Porter Park, it's one facility within the whole park system that is noted in the Parks Health and Recreation Master Plan. What I can say is we do work hand in hand with them. I have in the past brought up looking at how to partner and maybe look into creating a conservancy specifically for Dean Porter Park because it is a unique facility within our park inventory. But as far as their survey, we'll see the rendering of it and what's the outcome. But all these independent surveys have been staying in trend that the citizens of what's been trending, even with the master plan, is they want us to maintain what we have, then look to build new, expand programming, and do it through partnerships. So those are kind of what it is, and I feel we're going to be right in that area with the Dean Porter Park group as well.
So are they doing their own?
They're doing it independently, but we have been in partnership with them. We just didn't work on that survey specifically.
You know, in terms of building a new rec center, I think, you know, I think the data shows that, you know, people feel overtaxed, right? And I think it would, you know, I think it's all about taking a partnership approach. If we can show that we can raise a considerable number toward a new rec center through grants or contributions, right? That I think it has a better shot of garnering community-wide support. So I think if we do go forward with that, I really want to press on trying to raise or, you know, not, you know, I don't want to put all the burden on the taxpayers. I want to show that we can raise through sponsorships or through grants or through philanthropy, a big part of this as well. So I think that should be a strategy that we pursue.
Yes, and we totally agree with you. We're in that same mindset, Mr. Mayor. The reason I'm asking to utilize the earmark funding is, as we all know, when you go out for a capital project, you want to have something tangible with design, with cost analysis and amenities and how and a template of how we can go from where we are to a finished product, not only for the public to see that and be transparent, but also to shop it around to campaign and go after, you know, OPM, other people's money, meaning federal funds, P3s, and so forth.
Great, thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, everyone, and have a pleasant evening. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Next, we will move on to the city manager's update, Pet of the Month Adoption Spotlight.
Mayor and Commission, one of the things that I've been working with our Brownsville Animal Regulation and Care Center is creating opportunities where we can educate the public about Bark and what they do. Also to make them aware of adoption opportunities. So in working with our new Deputy Director, Joanna, they have brought a potential adoptee here tonight, and they'll be bringing one to the second meeting of each month, and also sharing a fun fact about Bark and about our animal population. We get a number of viewers who watch these meetings, and so we felt like this was a great opportunity to expose the public to the great work that they're doing at Bark. So with that, I'll turn it over to Joanna.
Mayor, Commissioners, like Mr. Guard said, my name is Joanna Medina, and I'm the Assistant Director for the Department of Health, Animal Wellness and Animal Services. And today with me is Ms. Jordan Wally. She's our adoption specialist, and she'll be presenting the Pets of the Month.
Hi, and thank you so much for having me. I am the adoption specialist at the Shelter Bark, and I've been here for about 2.5 years, and I get to do something I love every single day, and that is get to know the animals that are coming into my facility, get to know them. This way, I don't just find them a home, I find them that forever home that they're going to be looking for. So today I did want to go ahead and spotlight 4 dogs, and I have great news. 3 out of the 4 have been adopted. It wasn't always easy. So we have Honey, which is the first dog on your right. Honey was adopted as a puppy. She was brought back at 6 months age, just because of her size. Unfortunately, whenever we do adoptions, we don't know the breed. They are Texas dogs, brown and black, so we guesstimate. Honey was returned. After 45 days of being in our shelter, being returned, she did go to rescue. So Honey was saved. We don't just do adoptions, we also work through rescues, in-state, out-of-state, anything we can do to find a live outcome for our animals. Next is Burrito. He came in injured. He was run over by a vehicle. His right leg was injured. He got adopted. One of our staff members did go ahead and foster. That is something we love to do as well. We take the animals home. We fall deeply in love, and sometimes they do result in adoption. And so Burrito was adopted this week. Next over was Zenny. Zenny was such a beautiful girl, but she came in very timid, very scared. So our staff did take day by day. Zenny did go ahead and spend about 70 days in our shelter. No matter how many times I did spotlight her on our social media, she did get overlooked. And that is, Black dogs do tend to get overlooked just because they don't photograph well. But it just takes that special moment to come into the shelter and just let them save you, just like you're wanting to save them. And lastly, I have Bridget here. I don't know her full entire story. What I do know is that she's been with us for 60 days. In her 3-day stray hold, she did have a litter of puppies. So 1 turned into 8. And so she has been an amazing mother. She's with us today. She's sitting down, she's proper. She is just a sweet girl. Her babies are ready for adoption, and I just wanted to highlight her because she matters. And that is something that I just wanted to thank you guys so much for allowing us to do this, because I would like to everybody to see that we do care and that we do want a home for every single animal. So when you do go ahead and adopt, you can come in, you can look at our website, btxbark.com. If you just want to take a look beforehand, this way you get an idea, or you can always come in, walk-ins. And I do want you to know every adoption comes with the essentials to help your new best friend settle in, feel safe, and start their new happy life. So of course, we don't want you guys to have to worry about vaccines. We don't want you to have to worry about repopulation. So we are with the $25 adoption fee, they come spayed and neutered. They do come up to date on vaccines. They're microchipped, they're rabies vaccinated, and they're flea and tick prevention. This way, for the first couple months, you can just focus on your dog and not have to worry about all the extra things that come with them. But also know that you're saving a life for that $25, and they're much more grateful.
And also, we have a fun fact.
Oh, yes.
Mhm.
So fun fact, every adoption actually saves 2 lives. So when you adopt, you not only save the animal that you're adopting, but you allow a new animal to come and take their space.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for the time and for the opportunity.
Thank you for being here. It's amazing.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
The next item is the City of Brownsville's 2026 summer interns. We'll turn it over to staff.
Mayor and Commission, we want to take this opportunity to thank, and I've counted 19 names on the list. We've had a number of students from a bunch of different universities that have helped out. They didn't just come in and do filing. We have really tried to provide real experiences for these students to come in and see what it's like to work for the City of Brownsville. Hopefully, we have some future employees here. We're always looking for sharp minds, and it's even better if we can bring someone home back to Brownsville to provide services to their community. So we want to present our interns tonight. We have a little certificate for them, and we wanted to recognize them. So here we go. Jasmine Bennett from the University of Texas at Austin. Okay. They're not all here. They are busy. Aileen Flores. Baylor University. Samuel Salinas, Texas A&M College Station. Juan Garza from Texas A&M. Samantha Ramirez from the University of Rochester, and she had graduated. Bruce Allen Tharp from Texas Southmost College. Sebastian Alanis from Boston University. Daniel Fierro from the University of Texas at Austin. Emmanuel Guerra from UTRGV. Ian Garner Vaughn from Texas A&M, working on his master's in public health, which he completed. Laura Christine Hopkins from Texas A&M University, working on her Doctor of Public Health. Lucas Cristiano from UT Austin. Alvaro Velez from the University of Texas at Austin. Finance Department. Like that. Savannah Benke from the UT Austin. Oh, wrong one. Did I name Alvaro Velez? Yes. Sorry. Step there. Alexa Luna from Notre Dame. Club up there on the dais. Ashley Ramirez Casanova from Notre Dame. Yeah, Bruce Allen. Bruce Allen, go that way. Yeah, that's okay. Julianne Guzman from UTRGV. Adrienne Trevino from Northwest Vista College. and Natalia Fernandez from Texas Southern University from the Thurgood Marshall School of Law. Present, people.
Right over here. 3, 1, 2, and 3. More. 2 and 3.
Yeah.
That's exciting. Bruce.
Yeah.
No, get it.
You
Good
bet.
job, Bruce.
We really want to thank all of our We want to thank all of our interns that have really helped out with the city of Brownsville this summer. Some of them still have a couple of more weeks. We have some that'll be extending some service into almost into the fall and working with us a little bit longer. But we really appreciate what they do, what they bring. Again, we want to give them a great experience. There are some cupcakes out in the hall to share. Again, a little thank you, and thank you for your support, Commission. Several of you brought us some of these fine folks to come and work with us, and we hope that the experience has worked out for them as well. Thank you very much, and that's it for City Manager's update tonight.
Next, we will move on to the consent agenda items for your considerations, items 1 through 10.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
It carries 7-0. Moving on to the public hearing, item number 1. It's a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2026-014S to request a specific use permit, an SUP in the downtown edge, DE, for the zoning district to allow an event center for lots 13 and 14, block 120 in Brownsville, the original town site, Cameron County, Texas, located at 1247 East Madison Street, Brownsville, Texas, 78520, as shown in Exhibit A in District 4. We'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners and members of the general public. Sam Nunez.
Mayor,
from-
and I'm so sorry to interrupt, but Mayor, I would like to make a motion or move out of order public hearing number 4 to entertain it to first.
Do we need a motion to do that?
No. I want to move number 4, public hearing first.
Oh.
That's fine. We can accommodate that.
Yeah, we can alter the agenda.
Thank you
We'll
so
go
much.
to public hearing number 4. It's a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 2026-1811. I'm accepting and approving an update to the Paseo de la Resaca Lighting and Landscaping Maintenance Public Improvement District PID, the Operations and Maintenance Service and Assessment Plan. I'm accepting and approving the updated assessment role for the PID, making a finding of a special benefit to the property within the PID, levying the special assessments against such property, and establishing a lien on such property, providing for the method of the assessment and the payment of the assessments levied against the PID assessed property, providing the penalties and interest on delinquent assessments in accordance with Chapter 372 of the Texas Local Government Code as amended. We'll turn it over to staff.
Hello, Mayor and City Commission. I asked Mr. Muse up there so that he can help me present with some of the financial information. The Paseo Board met, next slide, please. The Paseo Board met in June, and after doing their own study and analysis of their financials, they have determined and recommending that the PID assessment rate be reduced from 15 cents for every 100 to valuation to 10 cents. And so that would give them collectively a tax levy of $524,390, which would, my understanding, be sufficient to cover their obligations for the maintenance. Next slide. And then from here, I'll let Stephen take it over.
Right, so let me just back up one real quick to explain a little bit on this one. The board asked for a range as they assessed what would be an appropriate tax levy to cover their operational costs. And this is what we put together for them. We took the preliminary taxable values, provided what they're likely going to receive based on these tax rates, 15 cents, 14 cents, through down to 10 cents, right? And so we went ahead and put together a projected budget for the next few years. And it's got all their line items here. As you can see, the biggest expense is a non-cash expense, depreciation expense there. But the main point we want to point out here is that with the 15 cents, this is established with 15 cents, you can see that the fund balance at the very bottom continues to grow from 1.7 million to almost 3.5 million, meaning that 15 cents is more than enough to cover their current costs. This is their fiscal year 2026 budget. This is how we arrived at their $1.2 million cash balance. They had a starting balance of $755,000. That included the debt payment, additional debt payment they made last year of $400,000 to the city to prepay or repay the loan a little earlier. Right, and even with that payment, they grew their debt balance from almost 60% to 1.2 million, if you exclude the non-cash transaction of depreciation. This is just an example of how we projected the rest of the year. These are actuals through May, and then we put together projections based on historical costs for June, July, August, and September. And then there at the bottom is where you get that 1.2 million, 81,000 restricted to Parks Department projects, and then unassigned cash balance of almost 1.2 there. And that's an explanation on the numbers. Was there any questions on what we were looking at here?
Thank you, Stephen. So as I said earlier, the PID board decided on a recommendation of 10 cents for every 100 on June 25th of this year. On July the 7th, we had a resolution on the agenda for calling this public hearing. Today, we're here at the public hearing and first reading. We have a second reading that will occur on August 4th. And then depending on the outcome of that, we will then send it to our county partners so they can process the PID assessment. Any questions?
I want to thank Mr. Muse and as well Will Trevino and Rafael Garcia for all their help and their collaboration. And just to further explain and expand on how we got here, I do want to explain that Precinct 72 and the lower part of Precinct 5, there was a lot of questions online when I went ahead and put out a video explaining about today's meeting. It's a very unique area. And while the rest of the district pays a certain percentage of taxing units, the ones that live in Precinct 72 and the lower part of Precinct 5, they pay an additional 2 taxing units. So they pay into 2 more buckets per se. And the reason that they pay into more buckets, it's because of the development. The developer created something called a public infrastructure district to maintain the parks and improve the trails that's known as the Paseo de la Resaca. Then they created a mud tax, which is known as Municipal Utilities District, created by state law to provide essential utility services such as water, sewer, and drainage. And in May of 2023, I was elected to serve the district and made it a mission of mine to reduce taxes for the district. And since then, I will share with you that the city of Bronzeville has reduced its property tax rate by 9 cents per 100 valuation, going in from 69 cents to 60 cents. When we look at the MUD, they have to reduce their taxing unit by 9 cents per 100 of valuation. And so now in 2025, I was elected as chairwoman of the board, spearheading the initiative to provide the highest quality of care for those trails at the lowest cost. In full transparency and in sharing the numbers here, we receive anywhere between $700,000 to $800,000 annually, and we are currently spending $200,000 to $300,000 of expenses such as security, maintenance, grounds, paying employees, fixing aerators, replacing playgrounds, fixing sidewalks, and in addition, the city of Bronzeville, a couple of years ago, they gave us monies to replace the seawall, which we have been paying $100,000 annually per year, or annually to pay off that loan. So those are the costs that are going into this PID. And we are saving annually anywhere between $400,000 to $500,000. We find it physically irresponsible to be safeguarding or hoarding that much money annually into a savings account. In addition, we also have 1.3 million, and we also have 3 million in the MUD, in which say if this were to get approved and later on the seawall messes up or there's some additional costs that we may need, the MUD board members have discussed with us that they're willing to help out and give from what they can from that fund onto the PID board as well. So we have that to fall back on. So after working with PID board members, the city of Bronzeville, we are here today to ask to reduce the tax rate from the PID from 15 cents to 10 cents. It has been a rigorous and challenging path to be here and to propose this change, but it's been an honor to put forth effort and collaboration to help the district and to help the people of the Paseo de la Resaca. So with that being said, Mayor, I close out my comments and just wanted to share that out, a little bit of history that we do have monies as well. We have the 1.3 million, and we do plan on utilizing the 1.3 million into the savings account to pay off the city of Bronzeville of the 1.1 million that we currently owe.
Thank you, Commissioner. So this, any other comments or questions? This is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that to wish to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Mayor, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
It carried 7-0. Now we'll come back to the public hearing, item 1 for your consideration in regards to ordinance number 235-2026-014S. We'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you. As mentioned, this is a special use permit request being done at a property at our downtown edge district located at 78520 zip code 1247 East Madison. This property, again, is for a proposed event center fronting East Madison Street. It is indeed a corner lot on the northwest corner of East Madison and 13th Street. We did do our due diligence in providing those public hearing notices to the adjacent property owners, letting them know of both the Planning and Zoning Commission meetings and the City Commission meeting today. We also put a physical sign at the property to let adjacent property owners know about this item. We sent out a total of 21 mailouts to anyone that fell within that 200 buffer map as per state law. 0 letters were returned in opposition to this item. As we can see, what surrounds in terms of zoning map or zoning districts is predominantly form districts in our downtown area. Downtown Edge, Downtown Core, and Downtown General is what surrounds this property. We also see on the northeast portion of the vicinity, traditional neighborhood corridor and traditional neighborhood districts. This is an aerial map showing the property on that northwest corner of East Madison Street and East 13th Street. It is a good mix of different uses, but it's predominantly commercial or office uses. But there are adjacent residential or single-family residential immediately to the west of this lot. When we conducted our analysis as a planning department, we did find that this request was consistent with our current comprehensive plan, our future land use map. Staff recommends approval of this SUP request. And also our Planning and Zoning Commission has recommended approval subject to sound mitigation regulations as per our UDC. That's
All right. Any questions or comments from the commission on this item? This is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and say your name.
Please state your name.
My name is Diablo Velez. I don't live too far away from this development. And the concern I know is noise. Brownsville, for some reason, is very noisy, especially from cars and from the people that roll the windows down and make all of this noise. My other concern is this. I remember being in here and when they were talking in the issue of the Neal House, and they asked the city manager, Mr. Allen, you commissioner asked Mr. Allen, whether the city was gonna be able to use the Neal House after being rehabilitated. And the reason for that is because they use money from the historical conservation. My question right here is whether this building, this property, use money, because I see when they were development, when they were working on it. And my question is whether if they use money from the historical conservation to rehabilitate this house. And the property, I don't know whose property it belongs, and whether the city is gonna be having anything to say about this property. And the other question is, if it is used from the historical conservation funds, how are they gonna use this property? If it's gonna be for cultural reasons, or it's gonna be just for this kind of new music, Mexican music, corridos tumbados, and all of these things? That's what my question is for you, commissioners, and for you, Mayor. It is gonna be for culture events, or just for plain trash music, and it's gonna be very loud. The other thing is parking, because as I see it, there is no parking at all in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll defer to staff on the use. It's just an event center. There's not much other information with.
So this item did go before the Historical Preservation Commission. Details regarding the site plan, the operations were approved by them. They were issued a certificate of appropriateness is what we know. In terms of what kind of events are going to be allowed here, we weren't given that detail. It is correct that parking requirements aren't enforced in the downtown area. We could get back to you if that detail is something that you guys would want to hear. But to our knowledge, it is just a general event center, not specific to any kind of event.
What's the approved occupancy for the site?
We at the zoning review would not have that at this time in terms of occupancy. It would be more for our building division to answer, but Martin is here, our assistant director.
Good evening, commissioners. So at the time of review, whenever they come to acquire their certificate of occupancy, they will be required to provide a site plan, and the occupancy will be calculated based on the space that is available for areas where people can potentially congregate. So it will be calculated based on the areas where, again, people can meet. And well, right now we don't have that information until that site plan is completely approved through this process.
And in terms of the concerns about the noise, I know there's a proposed restriction on, or a limit on the decibels. That's for interior noise and exterior, I would imagine.
It applies for both interior and exterior. So for these types of venues, as we've done before, we do present this condition so that it will provide a level of protection to adjacent properties and it won't become a nuisance. Sure.
Is there anyone else that wishes to address the commission on this item?
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
And it carries 7-0. Now moving on to the public hearing number 2. It is a public hearing in action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2026-015 to rezone from the agricultural to the residential single family for an approximately 105.29 acres in a commercial corridor for an approximately 14.67 acres to allow a single family residential development and commercial development on a tract containing 119.96 acres of land out of a 239.92 acre tract. Out of tract 40 at the Paredes partition tract of the subdivision E and share 19 of the Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, located at 1 West Paredes line in Brownsville, Texas, 78566, as shown in Exhibit A in District 3. We'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you. My name is Carlos Guerra with the City's Planning and Redevelopment Services Department. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I got a couple of rezoning cases for you today. This first one is located on Paredes Line Road. The current zoning is agriculture. The request is to rezone to residential single family and commercial corridor. The proposed use is for a single family residential development in the rear portion and then a commercial development for the Paredes Line portion. Again, the property is fronting Paredes Line Road. As required by state law, we posted a notice of public hearing detailing the meeting events. We also posted a physical sign on the property. As you can see, the property is vacant. We also sent out 8 mailouts to property owners within a 200-foot radius and received 0 opposition to the request. The area to the north is located just outside the city limits. The area to the west is also outside the city limits, and the areas to the south and the east are zoned agriculture. The property is undeveloped in all directions. And again, fronts Paredes Line Road. Paredes Line Road is a primary arterial with a 150-foot right-of-way. The future land use plan designates this area as in the water management district. Land uses in this district are intended to be predominantly community facilities with a small portion of residential uses. Although this request is not consistent with the future land use plan, there has been previous residential developments to this scale have been approved in this area. And it's the department's opinion that this request further expands housing options across the city and provides neighborhood scale commercial use in this mostly undeveloped area. Staff is recommending approval of the rezoning request, and then we also presented this to the Planning and Zoning Commission this month, and they also recommended approval as well.
All right, any questions or comments from the commission? All right, this is public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Mayor, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion. Do you have a second to approve?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
And it passes 7-0. Moving on to public hearing number 3, is public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2026-016 to rezone from the residential single-family R1 to the traditional neighborhood corridor to the traditional neighborhood corridor to allow a multifamily development for a 2-acre tract of land, more or less, comprised of tract 1 being 0.37 acres of land and tract 2 being 1.63 acres of land. Both tracts out of Block 4, El Hadid a subdivision, Share 27 of the Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, located at 97 South Central Avenue, Brownsville, Texas, 78521, as shown in Exhibit A in District 1. Turn it over to staff.
Thank you. Yes, so this request is to rezone from a residential single-family and traditional neighborhood corridor to traditional neighborhood corridor for the entire parcel. The request is for a multifamily development, and this is facing South Central Avenue and Waco Road. As required by state law, we posted a notice of public hearing detailing the meeting events. We also posted a physical sign on the property. We sent out 24 mailouts to property owners in a 200-foot radius and received 0 written opposition to the request. The subject property, again, is kind of on the corner of Waco Road and South Central. Part of it faces South Central and the other portion faces Waco Road. The areas to the south and to the east are zoned traditional neighborhood corridor. The areas to the north and to the west are zoned residential single family. It's also worth noting that there is an R3 zoning across Waco Street, right there on the corner of Waco and South Central Avenue. Again, this request is for multifamily use. Waco Road is a local street. It's got a 50-foot right-of-way. Central Avenue is a collector road with an 80-foot right-of-way. If you look at the map, it's kind of difficult to see, but on the corner of Waco Road and South Central, there are apartment complexes in the area. Facing Central Avenue, there's more apartment complexes. There's some small office uses, also a towing service. So it's kind of a mix between multifamily and commercial uses in that area. The city's future land use plan shows the property is in the Transition East District. Now, this district is meant to support residential uses, but at an average density of 2 dwelling units per acre. So although this is not consistent with the future land use map, this is consistent with the mix of multifamily uses in the area. And it also continues that traditional neighborhood corridor trend to that area from the south. Also, the future development of additional residential units to this area brings more housing choices, brings a mix of housing needs to the city, which is the reason why staff supports the request to rezone from residential single family and traditional neighborhood corridor to traditional neighborhood corridor. We also presented this to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and they recommended approval as well.
So if they do multifamily, like apartments, about how many apartments do you think they can fit in?
The gentleman, as I've been speaking with him, the developer, his plan is to separate that into 4 lots. And within the TNC, he'd be allowed to put 2 duplexes on each lot. That's his plan. He is a local small-scale developer, so he plans to do it in phases. At full build-out, ultimately it would be 4 lots times 2 duplexes. So we're looking at about 16 units on the entire property, in the course of phases. The property or the portion that's facing South Central will be the first phase. He's going to start with a duplex there and then build onto another duplex and then so on.
So will the egress though for all of it, can there be egress for all of it out to Central, or do they have to go through Waco?
We haven't seen any site plan yet. However, based on what he's told me is that he plans to have it off Waco Road for the lots facing Waco Road, for 3 lots on Waco Road, and then 1 lot on facing South Central.
Oh.
But of course, it's subject to site plan review and the building permitting procedures.
So once they draw that out, will you take into consideration traffic count and then because Waco's near, didn't we just approve a duplex, whatever, to the right of the red L? Sorry, left. Didn't we just recently approve a duplex?
Oh, yes, on Waco Road, that's right, yes, a couple months ago, correct.
So, yeah, so I'm just concerned because I live near there. That road is really narrow. And so we're adding more density with the egress out to Waco. But I'm sure you'll consider that when the time comes.
Yes, absolutely. And then of course, when the property is unsubdivided. So when he does subdivide the property, we'll look at the frontages and ensure that it's compliant with street regulations and make sure that that's accurate.
Great, thank you.
Carlos, we recently entertained another property down the road, did we not?
Yes, sir, Waco Road. Correct.
So I'm looking at the zoning map and it's a lot of colors.
Correct.
This is essentially like spot zoning. So I guess my question is, at what point as a city do we start evaluating, getting away from those spot zoning? And
In this situation, we didn't consider this spot zoning because like I mentioned before, it kind of continues that traditional neighborhood corridor trend that you see to the south and to the east. And then the multifamily use, you also have that to the north. To answer your question, the city's comprehensive plan, will be kicking off here in a few months. We just put the RFQ out to search for consultants last week. And so part of that is analyzing current land uses and making sure that they're consistent with their land use designations. And a big component of the comprehensive plan will be the future land use map, which, will take into consideration existing land uses and future land uses and ensure that the zoning districts are compliant with those land uses.
Right.
So we hope to address spot zoning through that and kind of prevent these kinds of piecemeal rezonings, if you will, like we're seeing these past few months.
They've been comment recently.
Right, yes, sir.
Thank you, Carlos.
All right, any questions or comments? Question? This is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this matter, please step forward.
Move to close. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you. We will jump to public hearing number 5. Public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 2026-1813. I'm amending the chapter 54, the health and sanitation, article 6 in the smoking in public places to modify the regulations related to smoking in public places to include e-cigarettes and other electronic nicotine delivery system devices such as vapes and the regulations related to smoking in outside patios. We'll turn it over to staff.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. Before you, you have an amendment to Chapter 54, prohibition of smoking in public places. And with this amendment, we wanted to achieve 3 objectives. One was prohibit vaping in public places. Currently, our ordinance was not clear as to whether or not it included electronic cigarettes and vaping devices. The second objective was since we've had these type of businesses apply for a certificate of occupancies, allow cigar bars or lounges to operate within reasonable regulations. And then also allow smoking in outside areas of certain businesses, which our current ordinance does allow, but it wasn't clear enough. And so all while maintaining a comprehensive smoking ban. And so we have all the different cities in Texas that are considered to have a comprehensive smoking ban via ordinance. So substantive changes that we have made to the ordinance includes adding definitions for air barrier, which is closest thing that I can think of is when you go to Sam's or Costco and you have the forced air hitting you as you go in the entrance. It's essentially an air curtain that prevents particulates from coming into the facility, right, or the non-smoking area. Air purification system, we all know what those are. A lot of modern HVAC systems have those in their homes. Definitions for cigar bar or cigar lounges. And essentially the definition has certain requirements. One, they have to receive a health permit from the director of public health, is restricted to individuals 21 years of age and above, located in a standalone building or operates a separate air ventilation system that prevents the migration of smoke into any other occupiable spaces of the same building. does not have a permit or license to sell alcoholic beverages, but may serve food and non-alcoholic beverages for consumption, and keeps all doors and windows closed at all times except as reasonably necessary for the entering and exiting of the establishment. We added a definition for electronic cigarettes or e-cigarette, and also have added a definition for hookah lounge because I believe we have one establishment that has applied for a CO within the city. And the restrictions would be the same, except instead of just obviously cigars, bar, a hookah would be a different type of instrument to smoke tobacco that is flavored and cooled through some kind of water pipe. We added a definition for separate air ventilation system so that we have a clear separation of the area where the smoking would occur versus a non-smoking area. And then for the smoking definition, we added electronic cigarettes and e-cigarette, which has been defined as well. So substantive changes to the ordinance in outdoor areas. We included bars and private clubs that would have outdoor smoking areas. And we added that are not designated for smoking by the owner, operator, manager, or other person who controls the establishment, pursuant to 54-177F, which is the next substantive change. Cigar bars, cigar lounges, and hookah lounges provided, so this is where smoking would not be regulated. However, shall only apply to an establishment that is otherwise lawfully in operation under this article, the city's code of ordinances, including the UDC and the fire code. And then outdoor seating at restaurants, bars, and private clubs designated as a smoking area by the owner, operator, manager, or other person who controls the establishment described in this article, provided that smoking shall not be permitted within 20 feet of entrances, operable windows or ventilation systems of the enclosed area, and an air barrier or an air purification system is utilized to prevent the drift or penetration of tobacco smoke from a smoking area to a non-smoking area. A new section 54-187 was added to require the health department to permit the cigar bars or cigar lounges or hookah lounges. It's a simple process. We don't want to make it tedious. They would have to first obtain the permit from the director, and administratively, we would work out with the Planning and Redevelopment Department to ensure that occurs prior to the CO being issued. They would have to qualify and maintain the health permit by submitting to an initial and annual environmental health inspection. So this will be an annual thing. And this simply just to verify that there's adequate ventilation, air filtration, and sanitary conditions of the facility. Again, it would be an annual permit, and an inspection fee would be included. The cost of that would be entered into the next update for the master fee schedule. And then because the definition of cigar bars and hookah lounges does include that there was no alcohol, we have added that to receive the health permit, it is strictly for, the facility would be strictly prohibited from selling, retailing, or wholesaling alcoholic beverages for on-premise or off-premise consumption. Many cities, and this is a draft, so this can change, but many cities do allow cigar bars or lounges do allow their patrons to bring their own beverages, so kind of like BYOB. And so we added here, subject to Chapter 22, which is the city's own BYOB ordinance. Patrons may bring in their own alcoholic beverages onto the premise for personal or on-premise consumption, subject to the age restrictions, of course. And the establishment may charge a hospitality fee or uncorking fee. How the health department would verify that they are in compliance, they would use the state database to cross-check with TABC to ensure that no alcohol sales are being done, as well as to determine whether they have an approved Texas Comptroller sales permit for tobacco sales. They will also have the ability to audit their point of sales transactions to ensure that there's no alcohol being sold at the premises. And any violations of the ordinance as far as the cigar bar lounge or hookah lounge could result in immediate closure of the establishment by the director, of course, municipal fines, 12-month ban on reapplying for the health permit at that particular facility. And they would also have the ability to appeal to the Board of Adjustment the revocation of that health permit as well. So these substantive changes are before you. And again, it was to accomplish the 3 objectives that the City Attorney's Office was asked to look into. Any questions or concerns?
I have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Why is the cigar bar, I mean, I don't visit them often, but the ones I've ever been to, I've seen liquor sales. Why is it so no liquor, no liquor, no liquor on this?
So there's different ways of regulating the cigar bars, or essentially you would have a percentage of sales, right? So if you allow alcohol being sold, essentially it's a bar, right? And so we're trying to prevent bars, if you will, from being a facility where you could smoke in. So that is the reason why we've added the prohibition on being able to sell alcohol, right? In other cities where they allow cigar bars or hookah lounges, they allow the individuals to bring in their own liquor, right? So those are like your cigar clubs. They'll sell the cigars and the accessories, you know, cutters and all that, but they won't sell the alcohol. They might provide beverages so that you can make your own mixed drinks. But in those instances, that's the main reason, is so that you don't have what would be typically called a bar.
I think we should take a look at, I see on the list here the comprehensive smoking bans in Texas, McAllen, to give you an example, or Austin, they're on here. 2 cities of which I agree with Commissioner Cardenas, like there are cigar bars and they do sell alcohol. I don't know how they're still part of the comprehensive smoke ban and how they regulate their regular bars from not becoming smoking areas, right? So that they can continue following the smoking ban in Texas. But they do have their ability to sell alcohol.
Right. So how McAllen does it, McAllen, which the health department had concerns with doing it how the McAllen did it, but there could be ways that we can verify. But how McAllen does it is they have a percentage of sales. So they allow up to be a cigar bar or lounge, you have to have 40% of gross receipts be tobacco. And so the remaining percentage can be alcohol. And that's how they were able to differentiate between cigar bars and actual bars.
I would think, just by looking at this, I was thinking that same thing because, you know, most cigar lounges, I frequent them, and they all have humidors because they do sell, that's some of their primary revenue is the sell of, whether you decide to sit there and enjoy your cigar or just go and purchase it. Right now in Brownsville, I think there's only like the liquor stores. There's maybe two or three that I know of that have an actual humidor inside it. But definitely something to consider. I think that, you know, restricting people from being able to sell alcohol there and just having a corking or uncorking fee actually becomes trickier, because I know a lot of BYOB establishments that they're not supposed to, but they'll sell you alcohol anyway, illegally.
So, Dr. Art?
Absolutely. Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. When we looked at the ordinance, we recalled, if you recall the previous version of this ordinance about 10 years ago, the language in it had a percentage, bar sales at a certain percentage. And in hindsight, that ordinance at the time put a lot of pressure really on the government body to prove whether it was us or to prove this sales at any one time. And at the end, it made the ability to enforce the ordinance unsubstantial. It was very difficult to enforce it. When talking about the bars versus the smoking, I think as an ordinance, the driver here was that we want the ability to have cigar bars and hookah bars and looking at what are going to be the air quality standards. To the conversation of the alcohol, we were focused more on the air quality, but if that is something in this ordinance that we need to look as a mixed use, then we certainly can explore that percentage, but where we need to be able to look is how do you then enforce that aspect of it, which has been historically problematic, even in those cities. So it was important for me to come up here today and just share with yourselves that when you start putting a percentage to an ordinance, it changes that dynamic of trying to enforce it. Not that there's a right or a wrong way. That's not the intent of us coming up here today. It's just with your support, how do we then turn and take this to the next steps?
Yeah, I'd like to chime in on that. I believe that what Dr. Rodriguez says is correct. The difference between a bar and a cigar bar will be the amount of money they have to put into the air system. It's substantial, correct?
It
It's
is.
not- So not everybody's gonna do it just so somebody can smoke inside their business. I think that once we limit that they can sell liquor in a cigar bar, I don't think they'll make it. That's my point of view, but I've been to a few, like I was saying, I don't go often, but I've never seen one personally that doesn't sell liquor.
Commission, can I?
Yes, sir.
So you hit it right on the money. Someone who wants to establish a cigar bar has a really high bar on the air handling and the equipment that goes in. And that's one of the reasons that we sort of changed the language, because we don't want to be in the business of denying permits. We want to be in the business of compliance. And the big picture is absolutely, if you want to be able to have one of those bars, cigar bars or hookah bars, you actually could and should. And I don't know if there could be a stage process where that's stage one, and then it gets an approval from us, and then it would go back, whether through here or through a separate, not that we want to prohibit the selling of alcohol, but to your point, how do we bridge whether someone's primarily a alcohol establishment versus a cigar or hookah establishment? And I think that is the real question for us to navigate as a body.
Are the other cities, do they also typically have the annual renewal of the permits?
Yes.
Is that common practice?
That is. But if it is the desire of the city commission, we could incorporate an amendment to the ordinance to where we follow McAllen's example of the alcohol allowed sales with a hybrid of having the health department review, so we keep in the health department provisions in there, right, as far as like air quality and whatnot. But in removing the prohibition on sale of alcohol and having a percentage, right? So McAllen again uses 40% as their threshold. We could utilize that. Some cities have higher thresholds where it's 60% cigar sales, 40% alcohol sales. But we can use McAllen's model with regards to the percentage, so that we can ensure that we don't have everyday bars that end up saying, hey, we also sell cigars because we have a box here, and we can have smoking inside the bar. So that's what we're trying to prevent. So we would want a percentage, and we can look at the point of sales and
I think the point of sales is gonna be out of hand. I've never seen anybody get a ticket for smoking in a patio. The chief is here. I don't know if it's happened the last 13 years or 14 that the ordinance has been around. So I don't think you should go that way. If you try to limit it with gross sales, you're not gonna do it. It's not gonna happen. It's gonna look great on paper, but it's not gonna happen. So I think the way you limit it is with the air quality. Those machines are not cheap. If you have people smoking there, you're gonna lose crowd anyhow. So if it's a cigar bar, people go because you can smoke there. If it's not a cigar bar, we shouldn't be allowed to smoke, right?
I would, first of all, thank you for bringing this, right? I know that I've been one of the drivers of thinking that Brownsville's growing and we need upscale experiences such as this, but Doctor, you are 100% correct. We need to regulate it because the last thing I want is to approve an ordinance, like you said, where anyone can grab a little humidor box, say they're selling cigars, and then it's just smoking everywhere in Brownsville again. And we are not going to actively participate in the comprehensive smoking ban in Texas. I think that's a beautiful thing of just bars in general now. Back in the day, you used to go home smelling like cigarettes for days. And now you can go and enjoy yourself, and that's not the case, on top of all the health issues that come with it. I would be okay tabling this for you guys to do a little bit more research, but I would be in favor of, and hopefully the commission would too. Not only is the ventilation expensive, but if you really want to put a cigar lounge, I think they should put a humidor room. That's very expensive too. Like if you're gonna sell cigars, you're not gonna buy a little $200-300 box. You're gonna have to put a cigar room that has a certain level of humidity, that has a lot of inventory, that's very costly. So that shows that you are really selling tobacco. Like it's not necessarily on the point of sale system. I think that's harder. But knowing that if you invest in a humidor and you invest in a humidor room, right, and a ventilation system, I believe the intent is to have a cigar lounge. And and to me, to the point of Commissioner Cardenas, you do have to sell alcohol if you plan to make the money to upkeep such an expensive establishment up front. And so I know it's a public hearing and we're going to hear from people if they're here, but I would not be opposed to tabling it till we get a little bit more research on it and see what other cities, maybe not necessarily just McAllen, but I do know that there's other cities on this list of Texas that have some cigar lounges.
Right.
And I'm sure that there's other ways that they can measure that is not on a point of sale system that's hard to track. And because the last thing we want to do is give you more work and you become now the smoking police, right? Where that's very difficult to do.
Honorable Mayor and Commissioners, thank you.
Yeah, that's good feedback. Also, with regards to outdoor seating, any concerns there with regards to 20 feet from entrances? No? Okay. Now, this is a public hearing. I don't know if you want to just table it and hold the public hearing to the next meeting?
Well, I mean, does it make sense to vote on it and then we can bring back the changes at the second reading? We won't have it in consent. We can just go through it.
Yeah,
And then potentially approve
it sounds very clear. I get what you're saying with the allowing the alcohol, and then tying it in with the humidor and the ventilation system, and then that makes sense. So if you desire, you can table it. Otherwise, we can bring it forward for the second reading with the requested changes. The motion would be to approve as amended.
And then if it still needs work, we can table it the second. All right, this is the public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
So will the motion then to approve and
To allow alcohol sales, and to classify the cigar lounge and bars and hookah lounges by having the appropriate ventilation system and the humidor room.
that would be the motion right now?
Right.
But what if there's more research that you do for the next time? Can we just approve as is and then amend? in the
Right,
Second?
we will, what we'll do is, if you approve it as amended, we will circulate it around for comment.
Okay.
That will be directed towards our office, not, we don't want to
Sure.
chain walking quorum. And then we can incorporate any questions or concerns at the next reading.
So then I move to approve as amended with everything you said.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Will.
The next item is public hearing number 6. It's a public hearing and action on the following proposed charter amendments for the special election to be held on November 3rd, 2026. Items failed to the floor is listed in front of you, A through C. A, amending charter Article 5, the administrative provisions to modify Section 4, the qualifications. B is amending charter Article 5, the administrative provisions, Section 3, vacancies. And C, I'm amending the charter Article 5, the administrative provisions, Section 3 for the vacancies as well. We'll turn it over to staff.
Hello, Mayor and City Commission. Again, on July 7th, the City Commission voted individually on the proposed charter amendment propositions that the city's Charter Review Committee had discussed, researched, and brought forth. Today is the first reading of and public hearing ordering the election with the charter amendment wording. There were 3 propositions that were recommended by the Charter Review Committee that had a motion, but it's said to have died or fell to the floor for lack of a second. And there was a request to bring those items forward at the following meeting to have further discussion. And in addition to that further discussion, there was also a request to modify the language. And so with regards to qualifications, the highlighted part was added. So, and should not be, one of the qualifications from last time, should not be personally delinquent in the payment of any taxes or other liability due to the city, or be disqualified by reason of any provision of any other section of this charter. And then the added part is, an individual should not be deemed personally delinquent for purposes of this section if the individual cures such delinquency within 30 days after receiving written notice from the city of Brownsville of delinquency. Provided, however, that if the individual is a candidate for elective office, the cure period shall expire no later than the last day on which a candidate must file for that office. And the reason why we added that is because if you're a candidate, and as we're looking at your application for a place on the ballot, we want to be able to tell you within the time frame required, which is 5 days, tell you you are disqualified for X, Y, and Z. Give you an opportunity to cure it, but we want to make sure that that cure period expires at the last day that you can file, because we don't want a situation where we have a candidate on the ballot that ends up not being eligible to run for office. And then if that individual wins and they haven't cured the delinquency, we then have someone that is not eligible to sit for commission or be sworn in. And we'd end up having a vacancy, having to appoint, and then holding a special election. So that was the added provision for that one. The other 2 propositions dealt with automatic triggers and discretionary triggers for forfeiting office. And the request was to bring those forward again, but with some clarity. So mandatory grounds, the residency requirements for election, the highlighted part was added. As you may recall, last time that we had presented this, we talked about the residency requirement. There's still an intent that state law says that if you intend to return to your district, that still qualifies for residency. And so what we added was, as that term is defined in the Texas Elections Code, to make it very clear that we are following the state's definition for residency. With regards to attending 3 consecutive regular commission meetings without being excused by the commission, we added, which shall not be unreasonably withheld. We don't want a political situation where you have one commissioner that is being, I guess, picked on for whatever reason, and they do not want to excuse their business trip or whatever reason that they had to miss that particular meeting. And finally, with violating prohibited personal financial interest, we wanted to clarify that it's the financial interest that's found in the charter, that it's one of the very first, if I can get to it, one of the very, very first requirements. It says the mayor, commissioners, and other officers and employees shall not hold any other public office of emolument and should not be interested in the profits or emolument of any contracts, job, work, or service for the city, or interested in the sale to the city of any supplies, equipment, material, or articles purchased. And so we wanted to clarify that is the conflict of interest that we were referring to within the mandatory grounds. So these were brought back off the floor per the city's rules or Robert Rules of Order. A motion is not needed to reconsider these. These are considered like they're new motions. So at this time, we can answer any questions, have any discussion. And if y'all want to continue with this, you also can open the public hearing and then consider these.
Questions or comments from the commission? All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I'll move to approve. Do we have to do them individually or can we do A, B, and C?
You could do them as a group or individually.
Move to approve both, all 3, A, B, and C.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I have a quick question, Mayor.
Sure.
I'm just curious for council. I had posed a question last meeting about what happens next after taking no action. And your response was that it was not able to come back. But you're saying about the request, I'm just curious for future, how does that work?
Right. So what I meant by that particular comment or in answer to your response, that it wouldn't come back. What I meant by that was staff was not intending to bring it back. But under the city's rules of procedure, which are found in Chapter 2 of the Code of Ordinances, it does say that if a motion is voted down, right, the individuals that were affirmative in the no, the denial, those individuals can bring back an item for reconsideration. It doesn't address what happens if an item dies or falls to the floor, for lack of a second. But the Robert Rules of Order, which we also adopt when our rules are silent, the Robert Rules of Order indicate that when a motion dies or falls to the floor because there wasn't a second, it can be brought back up if an individual of the governing body desires to have it brought up at the next or future city meeting. And so under our rules, we under our rules, it's not just one individual, it has to be 2 individuals. And so we had 2 individuals that asked for this item to be brought back up. But in answer to your question, I meant staff wasn't planning to bring it back.
Right. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
I have one more question. On the absences, how do you consider an absence? If they come in a minute late, is that considered here? Is it, if it's zoomed in, I think we have to just clear this up before it gets there. It's
Well, I
important
think,
to
I think
clear it
with absences, with the TOMA, for example, Texas Open Meetings Act, it's clear that, based on how the procedure is done for holding a meeting, an individual can be remote. And individual, the statute says that an individual can vote as well, so long as they're audible and their cameras are turned on. So in that instance, if you are remote and we have a quorum here, right, with the chair being part of that quorum at the site of the meeting, then the individual that would be remote would be participating in a valid, legally held meeting. That individual would be counted present. Now, if someone's running late, it's silent on that, but we would use the everyday, I guess, common sense with regards to individuals that come late. Usually we add it to the minutes that an individual was appearing, you know, it's 7 o'clock and Commissioner so-and-so is here now. We could add provisions as far as, you know, 15 minutes late or something, but I think with a meeting starting right at 5 and most individuals having jobs, I think it's difficult to say you have to be here right at 5.
No, I think, and I'm not sure, Commissioner, I think what Commissioner Cardenas is saying is once you put this stuff in the charter, let's say that, whatever circumstance might be, I'm remote. I'm going to use myself as an example, right? I'm remote. I'm on the call. The meeting lasts 3.5 hours, 4 hours. Was my camera on all 3.5, 4 hours? Was my camera off for certain things and just on for votes? Is that an absence? What percentage of the meeting? If I show up an hour late, if I leave an hour early? Like what constitutes, I think that's all he's asking,
Yeah,
like, because.
that's exactly what I'm
because
asking.
Once it's in the charter, then it's, like you said, it's common sense, but common sense to who?
Yeah, common sense to who? Because if I get on and I say, and I vote on one thing, am I present or am I absent? That's the question that I think you have to be able to answer. And I would want it, if you're gonna put it in the charter, I want it in the charter, just so everybody understands what the rules are.
Can that be defined like present for the majority of the meeting?
How would you define majority of the meeting? Right?
I mean,
And
I think if you're present at a meeting, you're there.
Right.
But I think the intent is if you basically vacate your seat for 3 meetings in a row, you
Right.
don't show up, and you know there's no call, there's no response,
Right.
and that constitutes.
Right. I mean, you know,
excuse.
with, when it comes to like state statutes, you look at legislative intent. When you think of the legislative intent for this particular provision, the Charter Review Committee brought up an instance where I think a particular seating commissioner like purposely did not come to many meetings in a row. And they brought that up, and that's one of the reasons why they liked the provisions for F and D of the mandatory grounds. But what we could do is, normally when there's a provision in the charter that is up to interpretation, it's the city attorney's office, and then of course the policy of the city commission that then dictates the meaning of that. We could rely on that, or we could add in maybe a clause that says attendance at a meeting is attendance at a meeting.
I think that's fair, and I think there should be a process for how we excuse absences. And I think that should be very clear as well.
So we have actually some really good language in the boards and commissions that talks about automatic excuses for meetings. We could, rather than have D, we could, which has, you know, being excused, we could incorporate that, those provisions that have the automatic excuses for business, family, sick, et cetera. And then, of course, it has further language that allows the individual to request from the governing body or the board in that instance to consider an additional, that might not be an automatic excuse. We can add to that attendance at the meeting is attendance at the meeting.
And I think obviously who controls, I mean, I think it's the city secretary or whoever is the point that, I don't want someone to reach out to different people like we can reach out to, right? But I think there should be one point of contact for that should
Right, I mean,
control that.
they would be, it would be the city secretary that would receive the notice, but, we could incorporate that language from the boards and commissions policy, because I think it's very clear.
Sorry, right there, it just says, 3 consecutive commission meetings without being excused by the commission. So does the commission excuse?
Yeah,
or does
so the
city
charter,
secretary excuse?
right, so the charter review committee, what they were explained, was that, again, a lot of this language is from Laredo. So they were explaining about the policy and how Laredo, the procedures that Laredo uses. Not that we want to be Laredo, but we could adapt this language, right? But what they liked was that the governing body would police themselves, essentially. So if I had a particular, like, let's say I'm Commissioner Trevino, whatever, and I have an absence, they would put that on the agenda to have the body approve it. And that is something that and it'll be at the following meeting, but that is something that the Charter Review Committee really liked. Because it's transparent, it leaves like everybody in the public gets to see that process. I personally think it's additional actions that you have to take. We already have long agendas. If you want to amend this particular charter review provision, we could include the actual language we have from the ordinance, from the boards and commissions.
When we discussed it at the Charter Review Committee, it was really just to eliminate the politics out of it, because if it becomes like cliquish, then we didn't want, it was just, we didn't really read much into it other than if you're absent, you didn't show up, you could do it virtually. Last time I was only here for a very small fraction of the meeting. I think that would still count given circumstances. And you can just incorporate it like we have the beginning, right? You know, the roll call. You could have the vote. Yes, we're gonna, Commissioner Galonsky's not here. We're gonna excuse the absence. It's transparent, but it was not, it's also not to be like when there's clicks and then there's insufficient of one person, then you're like, oh, well, that person's like, now been missing 3 times kind of thing. There was really.
Yeah, and I think that's my thing. I don't want it to be political in the future, and that's why I think it should be on the charter. What is an absence? I mean, if you're here for 1 vote, that's considered you're here, then that's considered you're here. That way we don't, because I think if you start doing the absences, if you're on the right side of a 4-3, you'll be fine. Even if you don't show up 6 times or 4, right? Because 6 is automatic. Unless that's.
It's like 3 months of not being here.
I agree with you.
Like egregious.
No, and I think nobody's done that. I don't think anybody here has actually been absent 2 in a row, to tell you the truth. I don't recall. And I also think that it's not about this commission, is my understanding. What I had this conversation with the mayor about, it's about the future, and we don't want what happened in the past, which there was a commissioner, I believe, who was not here for 4 months in a row or 7? And I get that part of it, but then it should be simple. If you're here for a minute of the meeting, you're present. And that's simple as that. And that way we don't excuse them. They're online, they're on there, whatever. I mean, they're here and they're online for a minute, they're here. And that way it just takes away the politics part of it. I think what's trying to happen right now is if you don't want to be here, let's not wait till the end of a term to get rid of them. I think that's the idea, correct? Or
Yes, that was our intention. And so, but don't you think we should maybe even just do it kind of as part of the agenda? Like you take roll count, and if someone's missing, you give them an opportunity to, well, we know so-and-so is out on a trip, they might log in later or something, you know, but.
Yeah, I guess if they call, they call and they let you know they're late, that's fine. But I also know that sometimes emergencies happen. And like Will said, people get out of work at 5. So it's kind of hard to be here on time. And I don't expect everybody to be calling in every day to say, hey, I'm 7 minutes late, right? So I think if you're here, you're here. If you're not, you're not. I think that's the idea of I mean, you were on the
Yeah.
charter review. I didn't, I don't know.
Okay, but then, so, for example, if it was someone who,
Like, how do you get an excuse? Is that the question?
yeah, like at what point should you try to get an excuse? Because you've already had 2 consecutive absences.
Well, because GBIC, I believe there was, at one point, when it was called GBIC, there was a board member who missed because of work. How can you prove it's not true? So when do you say it is accepted or it isn't accepted?
I really think the intent is if someone doesn't
It's
show
just
up
to
and doesn't
have-
call, just vacates and doesn't, no response and just is out,
I-
right?
I
And I
think
think
that's-
that we have a mechanism to get someone that
Yeah.
wants to serve, right? And I think that's,
And
It's
that
only
is,
fair to the constituents who voted for that person to represent.
yeah. Okay, so if they're here, they're here. If they're not, they're not. And if there's intent of, I was absent because I had a doctor's excuse.
Right.
They don't have to
That's
bring in
fine.
the doctor's excuse. That's my question. Are we gonna be like a high school?
I don't think so.
It's just, hey, they communicated they weren't gonna be here.
Correct. I think that's
Face
fair.
value. Yeah, face
I,
value.
I hope you got some of it, Will, because it was a lot.
We have it recorded.
Perfect.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
All right.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
The next public hearing item for consideration is item number 7. It's a public hearing in action on the first reading on ordinance number 2026-1812, ordering and calling a charter election on the proposed amendments during the election on November 3rd, 2026, on the following amendments. A is amending the charter, Article 5, the administrative provisions, Section 13, compensation. B, I'm amending the charter, Article 5, the administrative provisions to add 21B, Office of the City Secretary. C, I'm amending the charter, Article 5, administrative provisions to add 21C, Office of the City Auditor. D, I'm amending Charter Article 5, the administrative provisions, Section 28A, Audit and Oversight Committee. E is amending Charter Article 5, the administrative provisions, Section 28A, Audit and Oversight Committee, General Cleanup. F is amending the Charter Article 5, the administrative provisions to add Sections 35, the Municipal Campaign Finance. G is amending the Charter Article 5, the administrative provisions to add Section 35, Code of Ethics, the Ethics Advisory Commission. H, which is amending the Charter Article 7, the general provisions to add Section 3A, the initiative petition procedures for citizens. I, I'm amending the Charter Article 7, the general provisions to add Section 3B, which is the referendum, adding the referendum procedures for citizens. J is amending the Charter Article 5, the administrative provisions to add Sections 22B, the merit hiring. And K is amending the Charter Article 1 through 7, except Article 6, which is the Utilities Board, to revise or eliminate the provisions that have been superseded by state law and to update or eliminate the archaic language. Turn it over to staff.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. Again, thank you, Myra. With regards to this item, since you have approved items from the prior agenda item, the motion we would ask is if you're going to approve it, you would approve it as amended, so we can include those items. But at the July 7th meeting, we went through these items, propositions that the Charter Review Committee had proposed. And these are the items that you had voted to approve to be before the voters at the November 3rd election. I could go through the whole presentation again or answer any questions or address any concerns you might have about the propositions.
I do know we had at least one commissioner who voted no on A. So could we make a motion B to K first and then figure out A?
Yes, you could do that.
Does anybody have anything else on B through K?
It's a public hearing.
Oh, okay,
We'll do that first.
sure.
Before we open it up,
Sure.
I did have a request. If we could just reiterate, one of the questions that I got asked was, why is there so many proposed amendments? And a lot of this is cleaning up language, like we said, and modernizing the charter. Can you speak a little more to?
Yeah, so when the Charter Review Committee met, they were charged with looking at a few things from the resolution that City Commission had approved. The reason why, and as the Charter Review Committee had analyzed and thought through and discussed these potential changes that they thought were necessary, they came up with these proposed amendments, if you will, to the charter review. State law, however, requires that we have one subject per proposition. You can't have compounded propositions on the ballot. For state law, it would invalidate that particular election. And so that doesn't mean that you have to have various propositions for an amendment. A good example is chapter 28. Just fast forward real quick, just to show as an example. Obviously, Office of the City Secretary, that's one subject. So you can have how the person is appointed, how they, what their duties are, and how they are terminated or replaced if that comes up. Now, with looking at, for example, with looking at what the Audit and Oversight Committee wanted to do, they wanted to have commission appoint the city auditor, as well as expand the membership from 5 to 7, and then do general cleanup. And so when you look at that, having the city commission appoint the auditor becomes its own proposition, right? Just like the city secretary, you can have it where it's created, how it's appointed, how the individual is appointed, how they're removed, and what provisions, like what their duties are, as well as who they can appoint. That would be one subject, is creating the office as a city auditor. So that would be one proposition. But then the proposition to increase the membership, that would be its own proposition as well, because it's its own category, its own subject. It is the Audit and Oversight Committee. And when this was adopted as back in, I think, what, 2021, I believe. Or further out. So in 2021, it was one proposition because it was one subject, which was creating the Office of the Audit and Oversight Committee. Now, because we have the changes that we want, another proposition would be having going 5 to 7, and then because we are also changing provisions of creating the city of auditor, we also have to do the general cleanup, because this particular provision, as far as audit and oversight, it had language in there that would contradict with the language that we are proposing for adopting the office of the city auditor. And so that's the reason why you have all these propositions, because as you get towards one subject requirement, you have to look at the language to see what would be truly one subject and move forward through that. And so unfortunately, there's, I think, the number of propositions that we have, but luckily with like the initiative or referendum, it's one subject, it's considered one subject, so we don't only have to have one proposition. We don't have to have one proposition per paragraph of that particular provision.
Right. Thank you, Councilor. I think just being aware of these discrepancies and issues, and it would be irresponsible of us for not to address them. And I just want to clarify, because what we're doing is we're not approving things. We're putting them on the ballot for the people, for the voters to be able to dictate how their local government runs, right? So it's because we have to individually put them. That's why we have the amount that we have.
Right. And these, again, as the part of what the Charter Review Committee was appointed to do this time around was to look at the charter and determine what more can we add to it, or what does it need to change. And so one of the things they did look at was the National League of Cities model charter. And from that, they were able to just recommend that we include merit hiring, have an initiative, a referendum, creating the office of the city secretary, because those are best practice for city charters throughout the country. And so that is the reason why you have these many propositions.
Thank you for indulging my question. Appreciate you.
Any questions or comments from the commission? All right, this is the public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Mayor, I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. I believe you wanted to take,
Yes, so I'd like to make a motion to approve B through K.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Passes 7-0.
Could we also have a separate motion to include 6A, B, and C?
I'm sorry, which one?
For public hearing 6A through C.
Move to include 6, A, B, and C.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Carries 7-0. Now consideration for public hearing 7A.
I think this is, this item really puts, it makes it very difficult for the commission to bring this up because I can see the appearance that we're trying to, give ourselves raises. I do want to reiterate that this came through the Charter Review Committee that was based on data, based on best practices. And I do believe it's a good thing that the city commission receives pay. This is a hard job. I believe, at least as mayor, it's a full-time job. And if you don't pay this position, it restricts the amount of people that can actually do this and do it right. I think the same goes for the city commission. I think we're a very big city now with a lot of needs and a lot of needs from our constituents. So I think in the long run, I think it's a really good thing that these positions be paid appropriately so that it does open the door for a majority of our community to be able to do this. But with that said, I am all for approving this subject to our, if after the reelection, for it to go into effect, so it doesn't appear that we're potentially benefiting ourselves. So for me, if I do run for reelection, it would be going into effect after my second term as mayor. So I think that's what I would entertain. I don't know if anyone else has any.
Yeah, I think this is, same time we spoke about the other ones, Mayor, I think that was something we spoke about as well. It could be subject to none of us being able to get this raise.
Yes.
I agree with you. I think it is extremely important for our commission to be paid. That being said, when I ran, I wasn't being paid, so I would have no issues with this going into effect once I am out as well. That would be my motion. If nobody has any other thing to say or is against that, I respect if anybody thinks that they should be done now, but I do think it should be something for the future. And I do think that it is a great way to set up the future commission, to have good people up here, right? It's important.
I was not present at the last meeting when this was being discussed, and one of the things that I think we were elected to do by you, the people who put us here, is to look out for the future of our city. And running for public office and sitting here, it's not easy. It's not easy to campaign and to have your name just run through the mud and have a lot of false things said about you. And the saddest thing for me is that we're here to listen to you, the people. But I want to be very clear that the people are not the bloggers. And citizens listen too much to people who do this for a living, who either want clickbait so that they can get paid, or they want to get paid to be silent so that you can silence them. And our citizens listen too much to that. I'm glad that Mayor and Commissioner Cardenas, that you shared that, because I feel the same way. I mean, this is so that if there is the school teacher that decides that their passion is to sit on the city commission and they have to take a 4-year sabbatical, they can still put food on the table for their family and do this as a full-time job. If that's what it takes. And Brownsville, as it continues to grow, I will tell you, it takes a lot of time. And not everyone right now has the financial means to run for office. And this, I believe, will set up the city of Brownsville in the future, because don't forget, the charter also has term limits. So when you start running out of people that want to sit up here, how do you recruit new people? And how do you get the average everyday Brownsvillian to be able to sit in these seats? And it is through an adequate compensation. I do believe that. But I share the sentiments, Mayor. I'm fine if the people will have me and get reelected. I have no problem having this be pushed after my term, for myself, after my term is out. I do not want this to be the narrative that's out there by the bloggers, who sadly people listen to, that this is a pay to play situation. We're not voting for this. We're voting to put it on a ballot so that you, the voters, can vote on this. But if it makes you feel better as voters, I'm 100%. The people sitting up here won't receive this raise. It's for the future of Brownsville, so that you can have good people sit in these seats in the future. I think that's very important as our city continues to grow, and we continue wanting to have good people from Brownsville sitting in these seats. So those are just my 2 cents. And I hope that that the commission takes your comments into consideration, because I would definitely approve that as well. However, that needs to be worded, Will. I don't know how that works in the charter, but I do believe that it should be something that is set up for the future. And another thing for people who are listening, can't do charter amendments whenever you want, right?
Right. It's
You
every
have-
2 years.
You have to wait 2 years. And so who knows what the demographics of this board looks like in 2 years? But if you keep pushing and kicking the can down, right, then you're not going to have good people running for these seats in the future, which is hopefully what this is set up for, which is for the people who come and serve after us.
Thank you, Commissioner. And
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Commissioner. I just like to agree and echo with the rest of the commission. I made the motion last time because I firmly believe that this position should be available to the working class, and that by providing a qualified salary, we are able to get qualified candidates and build towards that future as a city. I think that it shows our responsibility as a commission, also putting it forth until next year and not enacting it as soon as it's passed. But reiterating what Commissioner Villarreal said as well, is that we're putting this on the ballot for the public to decide. And we want to just be clear about our intentions of putting this on there. But I like the idea of waiting until the next election for this to be enacted.
Commissioner, I totally agree with you. Everybody already knows that I was the only one that voted no. And I stand by that 100%. And I don't care what blogger or anybody says. I'm not here for likes. I'm not here for shares. I'm not here for none of that.
and I'll make it plain and clear. But you are right. I think if we could make it to the point where I'm willing to keep my pay, my deal the way it is, and then for the future person that replaces me in 2 years or in 4 years or 6 years or whatever the case may be, at least he or she will start off fresh. But I stand, but I agree with you. We need to set up the commission to get good people in here, people that love their city like I do. I go to bed with integrity, I wake up with integrity, I go to bed with honor, and I wake up with honor. When the boat is sailing, I'm on board. When it sinks, I will sink with the ship. I will not depart and leave anybody fall behind. But we need to make sure that it starts after we are gone. And I think we're doing just for he or she, him or her, that takes our lead after we're gone. So we leave at least something for them to start off with. I will not raise my pay while I'm here, but it will prepare for someone else when they take our place. I'm all right with that. But it's all up to the voters. The voters are the ones that decide. We don't decide. The bloggers don't decide. The voters, the citizens that go out there and vote, I urge each and every one of you, whether you're for it or against it, go vote. That is the most precious thing we have, and we got to take care of it. Whether we agree, disagree, for whatever it is, we may like each other, we might not like each other, but we have to work together. Together, we're better. I love my city. I love every employee that works here. And I appreciate everything they do for this city. But by God, would I let someone talk bad about them? I will stand up for my city. I will stand up for every commissioner and mayor here when I know they're right. And when they're wrong, I will say they're wrong. But we're better than this. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for the hard work you do. I agree with you. Let's set something up in place for the next generation, for the next commissioners, for the next mayor that will take our place. Don't worry, I don't want to be Mayor Coward. Mayor, I don't have any deal. But let's set something up for the future. It won't be me. I promise you that. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. I know it's hard sometimes to come up here and talk and speak and give our 2 cents, but I'm on board. But I'm on board after I'm finished. And I think that's the right thing to do. Thank you for everything you all do. Good night.
That said, any further comments?
I'll speak. So I was on the Charter Review Committee. All the people on the committee thought that it should be a paid position because you are giving of your time and energy. And Mayor, you've like set a whole new example. You are available basically 24/7. You've put it a whole new. So if anything, we definitely recognize that you should be rewarded, compensated for it. On an individual basis, I was not very keen on it simply because I've been in this situation where employees couldn't even get, they're like not even paid at average. They're like being paid below median. All of a sudden, we're like doubling our salary. It just doesn't, as a manager, presumably, that it doesn't set the right tone. But I do think that yes, people should be compensated in the future as the city grows and this job carries even more responsibilities. You do want qualified people to do it. And if you're going to give up, like you said, if, a career, because I think you've pretty much given up, your personal job, that compensation is good. And at the end of the day, as y'all have mentioned, it's the voters who get to decide. It's not us. We're giving you just the option to vote on it. By taking it away, that's also, takes away an option that you might have. So for those reasons, I agree with y'all. It's not for us to decide. But yeah, it's recognizing people's efforts and the commitment that they do in trying to help our city and connect people, to resources.
Thank you.
Just 1 second. I agree with you. We have to take care of the employees there. That 100%. You know, I'll give my raise to the employees before I ever take it myself. 100%. Now, I've been here for a short time, and one thing I do want to make very, very clear is I've never seen and I've never worked with another person, or this is my first mayor that I worked for that does this a full-time job. And trust me, I'm not here to kiss his butt. By no means. And I say it the way it is, but this man is here all day. And I like to say and call it the way it is. For someone to leave his job to come and be a mayor 24/7, you got to respect that. You do. And I respect that, to leave your job to come be mayor and get sometimes, and I'll watch my mouth, criticize sometimes. Well, maybe a lot of times. But thank you, Mayor. Thank you, and the other commissioners, thank you for everything you do. I know we all give our time differently at different times, because I know a lot of you all have jobs. Fortunately, I don't have one because I'm retired, but I got a little bit more time than the rest of you all. And when you all have jobs and families, it takes a little bit more of that time. But you all do a lot with the time that you all do. But Mayor, you do a lot. Thank you. And appreciate it. Every time I drive by, I see your car outside. So, you know, I don't think you're just parking here, hanging out. But thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for the commissioners. Thank you.
On that note, I'm going to move to approve and give the voters the right to decide whether or not they want to give, commissioners a raise and mayors.
Just clarification. When would it be effective?
After I'm gone.
I would say for me, it was after my potential second term. That's for my mayor salary.
So will it start May 2027?
No.
Mayor, would it be easier just to say, nobody who runs for, who stays in, nobody who's up here voting for it can receive it? Is that the wish of everybody?
That was my
intent.
In their current seat.
Right, yeah, so in the current scene, okay.
That would be my intention.
So,
do we need to?
yeah, Commissioner Galonsky, are you amending your motion to include that no sitting commissioner would receive the raise?
Sure.
Okay.
All right. So we do have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you, guys.
But this is after our term, right?
So that concludes the public hearing items. We will move on to the items for the individual consideration, starting with one. Is the consideration and action to authorize a contract with Zawaya Corporation in the amount of $3,909,970 for a contract number 19626 ISD RFP for the HVAC upgrades at the Brownsville Animal and Regulation Care Facility as budgeted. We'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. We're back here again to see if we can get approval. This time we're doing some HVAC renovations for our animal shelter. Earlier this evening, you saw one of the pets that's up for adoption. So we definitely want to offer some comfort, not only to them, but to the employees that work there and to the citizens that go and visit the animal shelter. Now, this is not just only an HVAC project. We are also upgrading and modernizing their filtration system, the air ventilation system. So if you've ever been to the animal shelter right now, depending on when you're going, it may not smell the best, even though they try to keep it as clean as possible. And that's not their fault. It's just the ventilation system that they have right now will not meet the needs that they have. So it's a combination of upgrading the HVAC system and upgrading the ventilation system as part of this project. We did go out for competitive seal proposals. Ziwa Corporation was ranked the highest proposer. We were able to negotiate the final price of $3.9 million.
Questions or comments from the commission?
I move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next item for consideration is the consideration and action to approve a resolution number 2026-073, authorizing the local park grant program. The resolution authorizing an application through the signature of the local government official for the Texas Parks and Wildlife Grant used for La Posada Park and accepting the terms and conditions of said grant for the city of Brownsville. I'll turn it over to staff.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and beautiful guests here in the city of Brownsville. Whoa, it skipped. La Posada, we're going for the grant application once again, as we have done for the last 2 years. It's a $750,000 grant in conjunction with the $750,000 that we have earmarked as the match, the 50-50 match, with BCIC funding that 50% match. This year, as well as last year, both our department, EPMO, and Grants Department, all three, have strategized to ensure that we're as competitive as possible. Last year, we moved up from being over 100 ranked to 53. So we missed the grant award by 3 slots. And we're very proud of that advancement. And we feel that this year, with the adjustments that we've made as a team, that we're going to be competitive enough to obtain a grant, the grant funding and award this upcoming application. So this is just to notify you that we are going for the grant funding once again. We have added a environmental study with a outside vendor to ensure that we are not only looking at what we're applying for with the grant application, but we're looking at the additional phases to what La Posada needs as a whole complete project moving forward beyond that application. So in addition to that, we did obtain $500,000 additional funding from a different source. So we're looking to hopefully have a $2 million project once we obtain this grant. So we're super excited about that. Sorry, I don't sound super excited right now, but I'll get back warmed up. But yes, we are excited about that. Any questions?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Sean.
Next item for consideration is to approve resolution number 2026-110, creating the Brownsville Sports Commission to evaluate the current use, future programming opportunities, and the long-term sustainability of the professional and amateur sports programs within the city, and to provide the recommendations to the city commission by adopting the bylaws for said commission and authorizing the city staff to take all the necessary the administrative actions related thereto. Turn it over to staff.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commission. This is to approve the bylaws and establish the resolution to create the Brownsville Sports Commission. This would be just like any other advisory board within the city of Brownsville, but this would be keenly focused on sports tourism. We've been working closely with USL. We're looking at investments at the sports park. Thanks to the city and BCIC, we have a wonderful tennis center. We just want to further those actions. It would be made up of 8 members. 1 would be an ex officio member that could be either designated by the city manager or the city commission. 7 would be voting. We are not talking about who's going to be on the board yet or the makeup. We can do that later. This is just for the resolution. Bylaws and governance are here, just like any other advisory board. Again, it's just to evaluate not just the sports park, but just sports tourism in general. And I will open it up to questions.
I don't have a question, Nathan. I just want to thank you and Mr. Guard and anyone behind this. This is a big deal for me. I think that we're getting to the point in the city where having a sports commission is important. I do believe that there's a difference between maintenance and operation of sports and having a commission that's actively looking to partner and to bring premier sport opportunities to Brownsville. I know for a really long time, our families are traveling every weekend to the McAllen area, to Corpus Christi. They're taking their kids to tournaments to Round Rock, San Antonio, and Houston. And we deserve a commission that is going to actively partner and participate to bring those here to Brownsville so that people are coming to Brownsville to participate in sporting events. I think this is long overdue in our city, and I'm glad that we're finally moving forward with it.
Thank you, and I'd like to give a special shout out to Deputy City Manager Felix Sauceda, Louis De Leon, and Rogelio Chanez, and Sean De Palma for contributing to this as well.
Thank you, gentlemen.
So for this board, we'll be able to appoint individually? Sports Commission?
Yes, at a later commission date.
Yeah.
Right? Or like,
The-
there's a certain requirements to be on this, right?
And yes, and the makeup of which we want specific organizations to be a part of this as well, of which we can discuss with you at a later date.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
It passes
Thank you.
5-0. We will move on to item number 4, is the consideration and approval on the second and final reading on ordinance number 2026-1808, amending chapter 102 of the City of Brownsville's Code of Ordinance to adjust the Resaca fee. We'll turn it over to staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Allison Bastian Rodriguez, and I'm Associate General Counsel for the Brownsville Public Utilities Board. And with me tonight is Board Director Dr. Joseph Holman, as well as our Director of Finance, David Medrano. So just by way of a little recap, back on June 16, the Brownsville PUB representatives brought to you for first reading ordinance number 2026-1808, along with a presentation detailing a comprehensive history of the Resaca fee, how it was implemented, what it's used for, and other information. We also provided to the city resolution 2026-004, which recommended the reduction, of the Resaca fee. In adopting the resolution, the board had considered the options of elimination or reduction. And when we brought that resolution to you, along with the proposed ordinance, we had brought both options to either reduce or eliminate as the commission saw fit. And so at the June 16th meeting, the city commission moved to approve on first reading after public hearing ordinance 2026-1808 to eliminate the Resaca fee. And since then, the BPUB board met on July 13th of 2026 to revisit the issue. And what they did is they passed resolution 2026-005, which is in your packet.
It repeals 2026-004, and it recommends the elimination of the Resaca fee. So the ordinance you have in your packet, we provided, it aligns with the June 16th City Commission action, but it does provide, it modifies slightly to provide for enough time for PUB staff to effectively implement the elimination of the Resaca fee. You'll see that Section 3 provides that the elimination shall apply for the billing month immediately following the month in which the elimination becomes effective. So again, otherwise, this is just to bring the Brownsville PUB recommendation that the City Commission repeal the Resaca fee as provided in Code of Ordinances 10281. And we are here to discuss or answer any questions.
Any questions or comments from the commission? Take a motion.
Move to approve?
Second.
Motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Allison.
Next, we will enter into the board appointments for consideration is on resolution number 2026-083C to appoint or reappoint members to the Paseo de la Resaca Lighting and Landscaping Maintenance District Service Plan Board. This appointment goes to Commissioner De Leon.
Commissioner De Leon asked to appoint Joseph Modesto.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Passes 5-0. The next appointment for consideration is on resolution number 2026-100 to appoint or reappoint members to the Transit Advisory Committee, TAC. This appointment goes to Commissioner Macias.
I would like to appoint Marcos Vega.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Mayor, may we enter into executive session?
Yes, please. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Ayes have it, motion carries.
All right, it carried 5-0. We will enter into executive session pursuant to number 1, which is closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, section 551.071, related to the Calvin and Wild Rose construction. Number 2 is closed session pursuant to the Local Government Code 551.071, related to the Midtown Entertainment District enforcement. Number 3 is closed session pursuant to section 551.071 and .087, related to the land use regulations involving the certain business under the UDC. Number 4 is closed session pursuant to section 551.071, related to the roles and responsibilities of boards and commissions, including the budget transparency. Number 5 is closed session pursuant to the Local Government Code 551.071, regarding the roles and duties of the city commissioners and city officials. The time is 7:52 p.m. We will return as soon as the commissioners are back in session. Ready? May we reconvene into open session?
Yes, please.
The time is 9:27, that the city commissioners are reconvened into open session. Is there any possible action to consider for action number 1 related to Midtown Entertainment District enforcement?
Make a motion to proceed as discussed.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next item to consider for your, it's in regards to ordinance number 2026-1814. Is there any possible action on this?
We'll move to table.
Second.
To August 4th?
Yes.
And
Do
is
I
there a
need a-
motion and a second?
Yeah, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
And then is there any possible action to item number 3 related to the CCAD property ID 30393?
No action.
No action.
Next thing is adjournment.
So moved.
We
Second.
have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
The time is 9:28 PM. We are adjourned. Have a good night. Oh, yeah.
Ooh.